We require more. We require. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Mutation complete. We minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require. Mutation complete. Mutation complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Our allies are in combat. Our allies' base is threatened. Our allies are in combat. We require more minerals. 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 Spawn more overlords. Spawn more overlords. Spawn more overlords. Our allies are in combat. We must place that on creep. We require. We require. We require more minerals. Our allies are in combat. Overlords. Our drones are under attack. Our allies are in combat. Our allies are in combat. Metamorphosis complete. The hive cluster is under attack. A creep tumor is under attack. Base is threatened. Our allies' base is threatened. Spawn more overlords. The hive cluster is under attack. Our allies are in combat.
Had to be a pre-made. Yeah, I knew that was a pre-made.
minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Our forces are under attack. Metamorphosis complete. Not enough. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Spawn more overlords. Our forces are under attack. Our depleted. Mineral. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
Carrier has arrived. The battle is won. The time is now. We are poised. Anak Paru.
We require more minerals. Our allies are in combat.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
SCV ready. Ben, bad news. Ah! You scared me!
Additional. Not enough minerals.
Uh-huh. Big job, huh? Woo-hoo!
Not,
SCV ready.
not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
What's going on? SCV ready. Go ahead. SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. Gotcha. Woo-hoo! Overtime. SCV ready. Bad news.
Our allies are being attacked.
SCV ready. Huh? SCV ready. Right.
Not enough. Add-on complete.
Big job, huh?
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Command center upgrade complete.
SCV ready. Move it. Yeah.
Ghost reporting. Yes, sir.
Nuclear missile ready. Add-on complete.
In the rear with the gear. Big job, huh? Yes, sir.
Ready for dust off.
SCV ready.
Gimme.
Go ahead. SCV ready.
Our allies' base is under attack.
Taking up.
SCV ready.
You sure about that?
Our allies are being attacked.
Solo operative, right?
Liberation.
Go, go, go.
Our allies are being attacked.
Give me a cigarette. You sure about that? Huh?
Waiting on you. Inbound. In the pipe, 5x5.
Armed and ready.
Out with it.
Ready to roll out.
Come again.
Got freedom? Flight plan is locked.
Go. Solo operative, right?
What's that?
Our allies are being attacked. Our allies are being attacked.
Ghost reporting. Come again.
Up, ready to go.
base is under attack. Our allies insufficient Vespene gas.
Will do.
Need something.
Give me the signal. Come again.
Need something blown up?
Our allies are being attacked.
Roger. Solo. Sounds like a plan.
Nuclear missile ready.
You sure about that?
We're returning fire.
Go strong.
Our allies are being attacked.
Waiting on you.
Out with it. Solo operative, right?
Our allies are being attacked. Our allies are being attacked.
Something in the way.
Our allies are being attacked.
Copy that. Come again. Go. Give me the solo operative. You sure? Out with
Our
it.
allies are being attacked.
Go.
Got no patience for sitting around. You want a piece of me, boy?
Our allies are being attacked.
Reporting for.
Nuclear missile ready.
Sounds like a plan. Out with it. Come again.
Go, go, go!
Okay.
Our allies are being attacked.
Out with it.
Our allies are being attacked.
Fused up, ready to go! Go, go, go!
Our allies are being attacked. Not enough energy. Insufficient Vespene gas.
SCV ready. Gangway, coming through.
Solo operative.
Need something liberated?
You sure about that?
Mineral field.
Fused up, ready to go!
Come again. Give me the sit rep.
Our allies are being attacked.
Load up! SCV ready.
Our allies' base is under attack.
Course set.
Out with it. Go.
We can use
Our allies' base is under attack.
armed and ready.
You sure about that?
Our allies are being attacked.
It's getting
Our
too
allies are being attacked.
hot. Solo operative.
Nuclear missile ready. Our allies' base is under attack.
You sure about that? Out with it.
Doctor.
Standing by.
Give me the ghost reporting.
Mineral field depleted.
Sounds like a plan. Roger. Copy that. Go. Out with it. You sure? Solo operative. Give me the sit rep. Come again.
Get some! By the numbers, boys. Armed and ready. Ready to plunder. Speak up! Go, go, go! Bad news? Huh? Yeah, yeah.
Help here.
Your forces are under attack. Our allies' base is under attack.
On it.
Your forces are under attack.
SCV ready.
Go.
Nation systems prime. Ready to plunder.
You're on.
Let's get into this. Better be good.
Solo operative.
Fueled up, ready to go.
Additional supply depots required. Additional supply depots required.
Yes, sir.
Additional supply depots required. Our allies' base is under attack. Additional supply depots required.
You sure about that?
Nuclear missile ready. Our ally research complete. Our allies are being attacked.
Armed and ready.
SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Ready to roll out.
Armed and ready.
Mineral field depleted. Command center upgrade complete.
Copy that. Deploying.
Go ahead.
Command center upgrade complete. Our allies are being attacked.
Yes, sir.
Our allies are being attacked.
Ready to plunder.
Ghost reporting.
Additional supply. Our allies are being attacked. Mineral field depleted.
Solo operative.
Additional supply depots required. Our SCVs are under attack. Our allies are being attacked. Additional supply.
Ghost reporting.
Our allies' base is under attack.
SCV ready.
Our SCVs are under attack. Mineral field depleted.
SCV ready.
Our allies' base.
SCV ready.
Our allies are being attacked. Our SCVs are under attack.
Give me the sit rep.
Our SCVs are under
ready.
attack. Our allies are being attacked.
Ready.
Yo. Yep. I'm in deep.
Vespine Geyser exhausted.
What's going on? Bad news. SCV ready.
Come again.
Fueled up, ready to go. Yeah. SCV ready.
Copy that.
Our allies are being attacked.
Deploying.
SCV ready.
Our allies are being attacked. Our SCVs are under attack. Base is under attack.
Ready to plunder.
SCV ready.
You're on. Out with it.
Ah! You scared me. Yes, sir.
are being attacked.
You sure about that? Solo operative, right?
SCV ready.
Come go, strip.
Our allies are being attacked.
Ready. SCV ready. Go ahead.
Transformation
SCV ready.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Yeah. Give us your best shot.
Nuclear missile ready.
Okay. You sure about that? Sounds like a plan.
Our allies' base is under attack. Our allies are being attacked. Our allies are being attacked.
Out with it. You sure about that? Go. Solo operative, right? Give me a cigarette. You sure about that? Sounds
We can use some help here. Can't hold them alone.
Our allies are being attacked. Our allies are being attacked. Nuclear missile ready. Our allies are being attacked.
We can use some help here.
SCV ready.
Additional supply.
SCV ready.
Our allies are being attacked. Our allies' base is under attack.
You want a piece of me?
Command center up.
Go, go, go! Your allies are in battle.
Our allies are being attacked.
SCV.
Go, go, go!
Our allies' base is under attack.
We can use some help here.
Base is under attack. Our allies are being attacked.
SCV ready.
Our allies are being attacked. Add-on complete.
SCV ready.
Our allies are being attacked. Our allies' research is complete.
Armed and ready.
Base is under attack. Our allies
Upgrade complete. Kinetic matrix active. Nuclear launch detected. Mineral field depleted. Your pylon is under attack. Direct. Mineral field depleted. Kinetic matrix active. Kinetic. Nuclear launch detected.
chat's been a little slow today.
Freya Shakti Athoriana Reya Mata Morrigan. Freya Shakti Athoriana Reya Mata Morrigan. I raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya Shakti Hathoriana Reya Mata Morrigan. Freya Shakti Hathoriana Reya Mata Morrigan. I raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. She is a woman crowned with a crescent. She is the mother of all that lives. She is the earth that is spinning in starlight. She is the goddess of all that is. I raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. I know a woman stirring a cauldron. She is the source of the heart's deep core. I love a maiden dancing in moonlight. She is the key to the ancient lore. I raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya Shakti Hathoriana Reya Mata Morrigan. Freya Shakti Hathoriana Reya Mata Morrigan. I raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya Shakti Hathoriana Reya Mata Morrigan. Freya Shakti Hathoriana Reya Mata Morrigan. Freya Shakti raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya Shakti Hathoriana Reya Mata Morrigan. Freya Shakti Hathoriana Reya Mata Morrigan. I raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya Shakti Hathoriana Reya Mata Morrigan. Freya Shakti Hathoriana Reya Mata Morrigan. I raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya Shakti Hathoriana Reya Mata Morrigan. Freya Shakti Hathoriana Reya Mata Morrigan. I raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. She is a woman crowned with a crescent. She is the mother of all that lives. She is the earth that is spinning in starlight. She is the goddess of all that is. I raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. I know a woman stirring a cauldron. She is the source of the heart's deep core. I love a maiden dancing in moonlight. She is the key to the ancient lore. I raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I Shakti Hathorian, Freya Morrigan, Freya Shakti Hathorian, Freya Morrigan, Freya Shakti Morrigan, the goddess, oh, fill my soul, high, raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya Shakti Hathorian, Freya Morrigan, Freya Shakti Hathorian, Freya Morrigan, I raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul, I raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya Shakti Hathorian, Freya Morrigan, Freya Shakti Hathorian, Freya Morrigan, I raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul, I raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya Shakti Hathorian, Freya Morrigan, Freya Shakti Hathorian, Freya Morrigan, I raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul, I raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole.
She is a woman crowned with a crescent. She is the mother of all that lives. She is the earth that is spinning in starlight. She is the goddess of all that is.
I raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul, I raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole.
I know a woman stirring a cauldron. She is the source of the heart's deep core. I love a maiden dancing in moonlight. She is the key to the ancient lore.
I raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul, I raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya Shakti Hathorian, Freya Morrigan, Freya Shakti Hathorian, Freya Morrigan, I raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul, I raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya Shakti Hathorian, Freya Morrigan, Freya Shakti Hathorian, Freya Morrigan, Freya Shakti Morrigan, the goddess, oh, fill my soul, I raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya Shakti Hathorian, Freya Morrigan, Freya Shakti Hathorian, Freya Morrigan, I raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul, I raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya Shakti Hathorian, Freya Morrigan, Freya Shakti Hathorian, Freya Morrigan, I raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul, I raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Hathoriana, Rhea, Martha, Morrigan. I, raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I, raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole.
She is a woman crowned with a crescent. She is the mother of all that lives. She is the earth that is spinning in starlight. She is the goddess of all that is.
I, raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I, raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole.
I know a woman stirring a cauldron. She is the source of the heart's deep core. I love a maiden dancing in moonlight. She is the key to the ancient lore.
I, raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I, raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya, Shakti, Hathoriana, Rhea, Martha, Morrigan. Freya, Shakti, Hathoriana, Rhea, Martha, Morrigan. I, raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I, raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya, Shakti, Hathoriana, Rhea, Martha, Morrigan. Freya, Shakti, Hathoriana, Rhea, Martha, Morrigan. Freya, Shakti, raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I, raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya, Shakti, Hathoriana, Rhea, Martha, Morrigan. Freya, Shakti, Hathoriana, Rhea, Martha, Morrigan. I, raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I, raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya, Shakti, Hathoriana, Rhea, Martha, Morrigan. Freya, Shakti, Hathoriana, Rhea, Martha, Morrigan. I, raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I, raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya, Shakti, Hathoriana, Rhea, Martha, Morrigan. Freya, Shakti, Hathoriana, Rhea, Martha, Morrigan. I, raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I, raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole.
She is a woman crowned with a crescent. She is the mother of all that lives. She is the earth that is spinning in starlight. She is the goddess of all that is.
I, raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I, raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole.
I know a woman stirring a cauldron. She is the source of the heart's deep core. I love a maiden dancing in moonlight. She is the key to the ancient lore.
I, raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I, raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya, Shakti, Hathoriana, Rhea, Martha, Morrigan. Freya, Shakti, Hathoriana, Rhea, Martha, Morrigan. I, raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I, raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya, Shakti, Hathorian, Freya, Morrigan, Freya, Shakti, Hathorian, Freya, Morrigan, Freya, Shakti, the goddess, oh, fill my soul, I raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya, Shakti, Hathorian, Freya, Morrigan, Freya, Shakti, Hathorian, Freya, Morrigan, I raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul, I raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya, Shakti, Hathorian, Freya, Morrigan, Freya, Shakti, Hathorian, Freya, Morrigan, I raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul, I raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya, Shakti, Hathorian, Freya, Morrigan, Freya, Shakti, Hathorian, Freya, Morrigan, I raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul, I raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole.
She is a woman crowned with a crescent. She is the mother of all that lives. She is the earth that is spinning in starlight. She is the goddess of all that is.
I raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul, I raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole.
I know a woman stirring a cauldron. She is the source of the heart's deep core. I love a maiden dancing in moonlight. She is the key to the ancient lore.
I raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul, I raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya, Shakti, Hathorian, Freya, Morrigan, Freya, Shakti, Hathorian, Freya, Morrigan, I raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul, I raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya, Shakti, Hathorian, Freya, Morrigan, Freya, Shakti, Hathorian, Freya, Morrigan, Freya, Shakti, raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul, I raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya, Shakti, Hathorian, Freya, Morrigan, Freya, Shakti, Hathorian, Freya, Morrigan, I raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul, I raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya, Shakti, Hathorian, Freya, Morrigan, Freya, Shakti, Hathorian, Freya, Morrigan, I raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul, I raising up the spirit, oh, make
with a crescent. She is the mother of all that lives. She is the earth that is spinning in starlight. She is the goddess of all that is. I, raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I, raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. I know a woman stirring a cauldron. She is the source of the heart's deep core. I love a maiden dancing in moonlight. She is the key to the ancient lore. I, raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I, raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya, Shakti, Hathoriana, Raya, Mata, Morrigan. Freya, Shakti, Hathoriana, Raya, Mata, Morrigan. I, raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I, raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya, Shakti, Hathoriana, Raya, Mata, Morrigan. Freya, Shakti, Hathoriana, Raya, Mata, Morrigan. Freya, Shakti, raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I, raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya, Shakti, Hathoriana, Raya, Mata, Morrigan. Freya, Shakti, Hathoriana, Raya, Mata, Morrigan. I, raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I, raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya, Shakti, Hathoriana, Raya, Mata, Morrigan. Freya, Shakti, Hathoriana, Raya, Mata, Morrigan. I, raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I, raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya, Shakti, Hathoriana, Raya, Mata, Morrigan. Freya, Shakti, Hathoriana, Raya, Mata, Morrigan. I, raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I, raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. She is a woman crowned with a crescent. She is the mother of all that lives. She is the earth that is spinning in starlight. She is the goddess of all that is. I, raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I, raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. I know a woman stirring a cauldron. She is the source of the heart's deep core. I love a maiden dancing in moonlight. She is the key to the ancient lore. I, raising up the goddess, oh, fill my soul. I, raising up the spirit, oh, make me whole. Freya, Shakti, Hathoriana.
Mutation complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Metamorphosis complete. Mutation complete. We require more minerals. Mutation complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Mutation complete. minerals. Metamorphosis complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Mutation complete. We require more minerals. Mutation complete. Mutation complete. Mutation complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Metamorphosis complete. Metamorphosis complete. We require more minerals.
They love him, gang. The people love him. And as it turns out, so do the post-debate polls. These polls are absolutely flipping out the Democrats after they thought the 3-on-1 debate ambush would finally take out Trump. But alas, it was not to be. The first post-debate polls are indeed dropping, and they are a disaster for Kamala. We're going to see exactly what's really going on here. And to make matters even worse, we're going to see why the latest polls are the least of Kamala's worries. Hey, gang, it's me, Dr. Steve, your patron professor, here to help you stay sane in these insane times. So make sure to smack that bell and subscribe button. Before we dive into the latest on the post-debate polls, I got to ask you, if you're like me, do you have trouble falling asleep at night? Because I know I do. I'm a horrible sleeper. It happened to me just last night. For me, I just can't turn off my brain, and so I toss and I turn, frankly, for hours before I'm able to fall asleep. But, gang, I came across something that has absolutely revolutionized my life. It's called Beam Dream, and it's completely changed the way I sleep. Now, I couldn't do it last night because I had to stay up and watch the debate. But, gang, normally what I do is I sip a nice hot cup of Beam Dream, and I kid you not, I am out like a light. I have the most restful sleep ever all throughout the night. It's become a nightly ritual of mine that I look forward to. Plus, I never wake up feeling groggy in the morning. Instead, I feel refreshed and I'm ready to take on the day, just like I do right now. And they're offering Turley Talks listeners an exclusive discount of up to 40% site-wide for a limited time. Just click on that QR code on the screen or use the link below to get the best night of sleep you've had in years. Trust me, it worked for me. It's going to work for you. Propel your wellness journey into the next stage by clicking on that QR code or go to shopbeam.com/TurleyTalks for your amazing discount. All right, we got the first post-debate polls dropping here, and I just want to set this up by pointing out there was a lot of doom and gloom on X last night as I was staying up into the late hours formerly known as Twitter, of course. And I noticed a lot of good, strong patriot voices out there were really upset, obviously because of the blatant election interference on the part of these so-called moderators at ABC. They have forever, they've completely ruined their careers from this point forward, at least for half the nation, if far more than that. These great patriots, these commentators, they were not particularly happy with the way Trump responded to that sabotage, and especially the way Kamala was able to get away with virtually anything and everything that came out of her mouth. And so many last night felt like the debate was a total loss. Now, in our first video, I give you the overall context for understanding why that's emphatically not what happened last night. In fact, I made the argument, and you may just want to check out the video as a whole, but I made the argument, at least in part, that was looking at this debate as if it were 2012 all over again, or even 2016 or 2020 for that matter. This isn't Candy Crowley fact-checking Mitt Romney mid-sentence, a fact check that she was wrong about, by the way. Those days are over. We are now living in a totally different political and social context right now. It's not just that voters simply don't trust the media anymore. They didn't trust the media much in 2012 or 2016. They really don't trust the media today. All the polls, particularly the Gallup polls for media trust, show that trust and confidence in legacy media is at its literal rock bottom. It has fallen to its lowest level ever. Yes, it is true. Voters still, even more so than in 2012, 2016, 2020, distrust the legacy media. That is true. But it gets far deeper than that. Something's happening today that wasn't happening back then. Today, unlike then, we now have massive. They were beginning back in 2016, but now we have massive alternative news networks and information access that completely and totally bypasses the legacy media. So, for example, guess what is one of the top search items on Google right now? I kid you not. Haitians eating pets. Gang, that's freaking gold. Now, of course, that's referring back to Trump bringing up in the debate last night all the eyewitness testimony and video coming out from Springfield, Ohio, showing that Haitian migrants, particularly homeless migrants, are stealing pets and eating them. And it's a visceral visual that, of course, strikes at the heart of the single cat ladies who plan on voting for Kamala. So Trump, of course, was rudely fake fact-checked by the moderators, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anymore what moderators have to say, because people can go on their cell phones and do their own research, and that is exactly what we're seeing they're doing today, and the trend proves it. Now, again, if you want to get a sense of what's really happening here and how bad it is for Kamala and the regime, take a look at this headline from the New York Times. This actually summarizes it all, frankly, perfectly. Pundits said Harris won the debate. Undecided voters weren't so sure. Now, do you notice the pundit people dichotomy there? Even the New York Times is recognizing it. There's a people versus political class divide that did not exist in 2012 and in 2016 or even in 2020 as staunchly as it does today, especially after the realignment between Trump and Kennedy, the alliance between the populist left and the populist right. And the people versus political class divide, I mean, both sides consume fundamentally different information. The political class consumes the information given to them by the pundit class, the New York Times, CNN, Washington Post, MSNBC, whereas the people are more and more consuming alternative platforms like X that bypass the information gatekeeping of the legacy media. And that's exactly what we're seeing in the post-debate polling. Now, take a look at this from Reuters. This is a focus group of undecided voters. They interviewed 10 undecided voters post-debate last night. 6 of them, 60%, are voting Trump. 3 are backing Harris, and 1 remains undecided. So Reuters is reporting as of this morning that their focus groups show a 2-to-1 swing to Trump. 2-to-1. And so again, with that context, it's very interesting that almost all of the polls that are coming out show that most believe Kamala won the debate, but at the same time, she's losing votes. That's exactly what we saw in the CNN flash poll last night, where Kamala actually lost support on the economy and Trump gained support post-debate, even though the majority of viewers thought Kamala Harris won that debate, that sabotage. And it wasn't just the economy. When asked, who do you have a lot of confidence in regarding their respective abilities to lead the nation? Trump leads Harris by 4 in the same poll. And I want to remind you, this is a CNN poll. These are CNN viewers. CNN viewers are giving a Trump a near 20-point lead in the economy and a 4-point lead in leadership ability post-debate. This is the pattern we're seeing over and over again. This is what a lot of people just cannot believe about the post-debate polling. But Robert Barnes explains it best, as he usually does. Quote, some are confused by how a poll could show Harris winning the debate but losing votes. The reason is simple. People aren't wanting a president who wins debates. They want a president who makes their lives better. That's why Trump is the true winner of the debate night. But there's something else going on here as well. Something that's going to make these polls the least of Kamala's worries. And that is the election itself. Historian Larry Schweikert has an excellent thread this morning that puts all of this into some pretty amazing perspective. Larry's a brilliant, very astute political analyst, and he's pointing out that in many ways, the results of this election, frankly, they're already baked into the cake. And that's because the debate was too late in the process. The voter registration numbers are already through the roof for Republicans, most especially in the swing states. So Republicans in Arizona are crushing it. Republicans in Arizona have more than doubled their voter registration advantage since 2020. In Florida, remember in 2020, in Florida, Democrats outnumbered Republicans in terms of voter registration by hundreds of thousands. Today, Republicans outnumber Democrats by nearly a freaking million. It's a stunning turnaround, and we're seeing something comparable in the Republican voter registration in Pennsylvania. Thank you, Scott Pressler. Scott has been spearheading the flipping of entire counties like Bucks County, where I used to live. That was always a Democrat stronghold. It's a sleepover town or county where the New York crowd lives there because they can't afford anything in Manhattan. It's now majority, Bucks County is now majority Republican. We're seeing the same thing in North Carolina, where Republicans have slashed the Democrat lead in half. And keep in mind, many of those Democrats vote Republican. That's what makes North Carolina Democrats so unique, is they're old school Southern Democrats, many of them who never changed their voter registration. So Trump won North Carolina twice, even with the Democrats having a pretty massive voter registration lead. Well, that's been slashed in half just in the last several months. At the same time, vote by mail requests have imploded for Democrats. They're down 90% in Georgia, from 800,000 to 80,000. They're down over 60% in Pennsylvania. They're down in North Carolina. And then when we look at North Carolina, where early voting's already started, we're finding that the early black vote is down to 11% from the high of 16% in 2020. And the white vote is up over 70%, and Trump currently enjoys a record double-digit lead among white voters. Now, you put that all together, along with the post-debate polls, don't be surprised if you see Kamala's election funds getting pulled in a few weeks and redirected to down-ticket Democrat races to try to stave off a complete and total election disaster.
Shopify helps you sell at every stage of your business. Like that, let's put it online and see what happens stage.
And the site is live.
That we opened a store and need a fast checkout stage.
Thanks. You're all set.
That count it up and ship it around the globe stage.
This one's going to Thailand.
And that, wait, did we just hit 1 million orders stage? Whatever your stage, businesses that grow with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 a month trial at shopify.com/YouTube audio.
Ungoliant is one of the most frightening and mysterious characters in Tolkien's Legendarium. But who is she, and how powerful is she? Hi everyone, this is Robert. Welcome to In Deep Geek. On this channel we cover the best in fantasy and science fiction, books and TV shows in nerdy detail. The Lord of the Rings, A Song of Ice and Fire, The Witcher and more. If you're new here, welcome. Ungoliant only really appears for one small section of the Silmarillion, but such is her impact and the legacy of her actions that many rate her as one of the most powerful beings ever on Middle-earth. We are introduced to Ungoliant at the end of the Years of the Trees, just before the first dawn of the First Age. Indeed, her actions usher in the First Age. Morgoth, the original antagonist of Tolkien's creation, had been released from his bonds and was plotting his revenge on the Valar. He decided that he would do that by destroying the two trees of Valinor. These were not just a light source for the Valar, but their way of nourishing the world and the people in it. The light they gave off was hallowed and enriching. Destroying the trees would hurt them and damage what they considered to be their role in the world. However, Morgoth clearly decided that the task was beyond him alone, so he journeyed to where Ungoliant had her lair and tempted her into helping him. If, after all was done, she wanted more, he would give her whatever she wanted, with both hands, he promised, and she agreed. The two of them journeyed into Valinor. Morgoth timed their assault for when there was a great feast, and the Valar and their Maiar and the elves were all occupied. But still Ungoliant cast about them a web of darkness, or, well, more than darkness. This is how it is described in the Silmarillion. A cloak of darkness she wove about them when Melkor and Ungoliant sent forth, an unlight in which things seemed to be no more, and which eyes could not pierce, for it was void. An unlight makes Ungoliant almost a thematic opposite to the trees themselves, or the creator of light himself. Scary stuff, but there is more, because when they reach the two trees, this happens. The unlight of Ungoliant rose up even to the roots of the trees, and Melkor sprang upon the mound, and with his black spear he smote each tree to its core, wounded them deep, and their sap poured forth as if it were their blood, and was spilled upon the ground. But Ungoliant sucked it up, and going then from tree to tree, she set her black beak to their wounds till they were drained, and the poison of death that was in her went into their tissues and withered them, root, branch, and leaf, and they died. And still she thirsted, and going to the wells of Vada, she drank them dry, but Ungoliant belched forth black vapours as she drank, and swelled to a shape so vast and hideous that Melkor was afraid. There is a lot to unpack in that quote, but it's clear that although Morgoth, Melkor, could wound the two trees, he needed Ungoliant to destroy them with her poison of death or drain them. And as she drained the trees, she grew more powerful, so powerful, in fact, that even Morgoth was afraid of her. And this is probably the scariest part of her power. The more she consumed, the more powerful she gets, the hungrier she becomes. If she were not stopped, who knows where it might have ended. Anyway, Morgoth and Ungoliant fled, and Ungoliant hid their escape with her unlight. We read on that so soon as any came up with the cloud of Ungoliant, the riders of the Valar were blinded and dismayed, and they were scattered, and went they knew not whither. And Tulkas was as one caught in a black net at night, and he stood powerless and beat the air in vain. So not even Tulkas, the Valar, could penetrate that unlight. At which point Morgoth was starting to realise that he may have underestimated Ungoliant, for despite draining the light and life of both of the two trees, she was still hungry, and he had promised to give her whatever she wanted. He tried to satiate her with some random jewels he had stolen, but she wanted the Silmarils, which he had also taken, which contained the last light of the two trees. Morgoth refused. She attacked him, and it seems would have taken the Silmarils and perhaps even destroyed him if they hadn't been so close to Angband, his old fortress. He let out a cry so loud it shook the mountains, and Balrogs, plural, rushed out to aid him. Ungoliant fled and left the pages of history. She set up home in a dark valley populated by evil spider creatures, mated with them and devoured them. She headed on into the forgotten south, and though no tale is told of her fate, the Silmarillion speculates that she ended long ago, when in her uttermost famine she devoured herself at last.
We're Matt and Elaine, founders of Chocolatl Chocolate. Our dream was to build a sustainable chocolate company.
And our business has become way bigger than just chocolate.
Chase for Business was there with us from the beginning, with everything our business needed to get going.
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
We'll come back to her end in a bit, because I think Tolkien is trying to tell us something important there. But let's backtrack to who she is, because it's not 100% clear. The Silmarillion speculates that the Eldar knew not whence she came, but some have said that in ages long before she descended from the darkness that lies about Arda, when Melkor first looked down in envy upon the kingdom of Manwë, and that in the beginning she was one of those that he corrupted to his service. but she had disowned her master, desiring to be a mistress of her own lust, taking all things to herself to feed her emptiness, which would make her one of the Ainur, perhaps a powerful Maya like Sauron, but one with unique powers. An earlier version of the story, found in the Book of Lost Tales, has her origin even more mysterious, in that even the Valar didn't know who or what she was, and she's described as being a primeval spirit of night, bred in the dark of the void. In other words, an anomaly, not easily fitting into the usual categories of beings in the legendarium. Later accounts in the history of Middle-earth place her more explicitly as one of Morgoth's servants. Personally, I quite like how Christopher Tolkien decided against a strong categorization in the Silmarillion. It keeps the mystery. Tolkien does this kind of thing a lot, of course. Another good example is Tom Bombadil, who he resisted defining but clearly felt was important to his world. The mystery is part of the fear around Ungoliant. We're afraid of what we don't know about her as much as what we do. Tolkien knew this well. What we do know about her is scary enough, creating that unlight so dark and dispiriting that even the Valar can't see through it, being able to drain power and light seemingly without limit and grow in strength as she does so until even Morgoth feared her. Granted, Morgoth was weakened at the time, and an unspecified number of Balrogs joining forces could chase her off, but this is high-level stuff indeed. So although we don't know for sure exactly what Ungoliant was, she was probably some sort of Ainu who fell with Morgoth but left his service, but we can't be sure. We can see her powers and we can also see her heart. Unlike, say, Sauron, whose motivation developed into wanting to rule and control all, Ungoliant seems not to have had such lofty ambitions. The main thing which seems to drive her is simple, selfish greed. She was tempted to help Morgoth by the promise of all she wanted, drinking hungrily and devouring all she could. Which brings me to her end, because this is classic Tolkien. Evil is so often the author of its own doom, and Ungoliant is probably the most straightforward example of this. The being whose hunger and greed drove everything ultimately devoured herself. And the ironies continue deep into Ungoliant's legacy. Shelob, who Frodo and Sam encounter in The Lord of the Rings, is Ungoliant's last remaining child. You'll remember that Shelob was driven back and defeated by the light of the Phial of Galadriel. That light was the reflection of the light from the star of Eärendil, one of the Silmarils that Ungoliant had tried to devour, and holder of the last light of the two trees of Valinor that Ungoliant had devoured. The thing Ungoliant had desired most had become the downfall of her last daughter. Light and darkness are huge themes throughout the legendarium. Light is almost always good and darkness bad, and Ungoliant is the greatest embodiment of not just darkness but unlight, anti-light. And her story is the embodiment of light versus darkness. Ungoliant destroying the two trees of Valinor cast the world into darkness. Galadriel gave Frodo a reflection of the last light of those trees, a light in dark places for when all other lights go out, she said, and that defeated the last child of Ungoliant. The symmetry is intentional, as is the truth that as long as one small phial of light exists, light will always conquer darkness. If you'd like more videos diving deep into Tolkien's legendarium, then please click on the link on the left of your screen. Or if you'd like to support this channel, thank you. The best way to do that is by clicking on the Patreon link on the right of your screen. That's all for this time. Thanks for watching. I'll see you again soon.
With the $5 meal deal at McDonald's, you pick a McDouble or a McChicken, then get a small fry, a small drink, and a 4-piece McNuggets. That's a lot of McDonald's for not a lot of money.
Price and participation may vary. For a limited time only.
Hello! Our story begins inside the executive building, with 4 Jedi Masters walking in to confront the evil Sith Lord. They were unsure of the reality of the situation. They had faith that Anakin had told them the truth, but there was no absolute confirmation of this. The LAAT they arrived on lifted off and departed for the Republic military base. They turned back and Mace stopped. He saw someone coming towards them. Kit turned back around and saw the individual, and he tried to run cover for the Jedi Master, but it was too late. The man was a Twi'lek representative from Ryloth, one that frequently worked with Free Tom. He pulled out his hologram and grabbed Mace by the shoulder, and turned it on. Mace tried to pull away as he and the other 4 Jedi looked down at the hologram. In the man's hands, a blue flash illuminated, and the Jedi were drawn in. It was a virtual realm, one with gods and warriors, a place where myth meets might, and battlefields are filled with legendary champions like Anakin himself. Skywalker's train of thought was completely derailed as he was entranced by the amazing PvE and PvP battles of this legendary realm. Because as the man told Anakin, this wasn't just any event, it was the biggest event to date, the Asgard Divide. Call upon mythological characters of Loki, Thor, Freya, and Odin. To get a hold of the legendary champion of the Asgard Divide, log into Raid for 7 days between now and October 23rd. Not to mention, if you don't try and stop the Jedi from killing the Chancellor, you can get extra rewards for logging in for 7 more additional days. Aside from getting one of the champions through your 7-day login streak, you can get your hands on the other 3 champions through in-game activities. Each of these champions have their own benefits, such as Odin's Berserk debuff, and his ability to steal enemies' buffs, or Loki's ability to evade enemies and cloak himself. So for new players, download Raid Shadow Legends using my link to get your hands on $60 worth of benefits, such as Turgar, considered to be a top 3 epic in the game, 300,000 silver, energy refill, 1-day XP booster, and 10 XP brew magic, not to mention extra incentives for you once you reach level 25. So just hit my link, and once you're in crushing your enemies, come find me under the name Penty Patrol and join my clan, Penty Patrol, and we'll be legends together. Thank you to Raid Shadow Legends for sponsoring this video. Inside the council chambers, Anakin stood, facing the window, looking over the city. He could see all the way from here to Padme's residence. He could sense her through the Force, and it was almost like she could sense him. Their bond had expanded in a way he would have never foreseen. They were closer than ever now, and to mirror it, so was the war being over. Everything mattered, every small step, and now that he knew what Palpatine was, he realized how each moment leading to now was set up to pull him to the dark side. It almost worked, and even in Anakin's own mind, it felt like it still could work. He was uncertain. His heart was pulling him across the city to Padme's residence. His gut was planting him inside the council chambers, and his mind was tugging him towards Palpatine's office. Skywalker could hear words he had never heard spoken to him before, as they stretched out through his mind. Palpatine's voice was audible. He was trying to pull Anakin from his position, trying to get him to make one choice, one that could entirely and fundamentally change the status quo of the galaxy. The balance of the Jedi Order and the Force rode on his shoulders, and for the first time since returning to Coruscant, Anakin could feel himself consciously recognize it. Palpatine was luring him. Instead of caving, he closed his eyes and felt outwards, trusting what Yoda had said. The advice was to let go. Anakin needed to let go, not of Padme, not of the Jedi, nor Obi-Wan, nor Ahsoka. He needed to release his fear. If every crucial step since his return to Coruscant was to turn him, then everything was planned. If Dooku was Palpatine or Sidious's apprentice, then his death was premeditated. Anakin was meant to win that duel, so did he really win? If Palpatine was a Sith, which he knew him to be, he drove a wedge between Anakin and the Council, one that Palpatine knew to prey on due to Anakin's own insecurities and issues with the Council. He knew that they weren't Anakin's favorite people in the galaxy, and he tried to create such a divide that it couldn't be rectified. Anakin's mind went further and further. The only thing he could really not come to a conclusion on was his nightmares, but even Palpatine knew about the dreams he had before his mother died, so maybe it wasn't the Force giving him visions of the future, maybe it was something created through some dark ritual. All of this fuzz started to spin Anakin's mind in circles. He was getting dizzy. He was realizing what had been done to him. Everything in his life was a lie, and he couldn't react on it. The only place he should be is with Padme. But in case the nightmares he had were true, then he would wait here. He would wait until Mace Windu and the other 3 Jedi returned from the executive building. And when they did return, he might make the rank of Master. That was his only hope in the galaxy, and he had to trust him. Because the more Anakin thought about things, the more he considered what Palpatine really was, and the more dire the reality became. Palpatine never had Anakin's best interests at heart. His only motivation was creating a monster, one powerful enough to fight Jedi, to kill Jedi, and to help him create an evil regime. Anakin was sick to his stomach. This was all wrong. The Jedi may have not been perfect, but how could they be? Anakin was telling their ancient rival in the Force everything they did wrong, and what else were they supposed to do? They couldn't sense Palpatine. The dark side clouded everything for the Order. Palpatine might kill them. Anakin's mind then derailed. That thought plagued him more. Palpatine might kill Mace, Saesee, Hagen, and Kit. Could he allow that to happen? If Anakin went, he could be tricked into falling for another trap. He couldn't do that. He couldn't go. He got frustrated. He wanted to do something, but doing anything felt wrong. Breathing felt difficult. He could feel his lungs begin to tighten and his neck started to grip itself. This was so wrong. Anakin's eyes scanned the entire gorgeous city of Coruscant, and he returned to where Padme's residence was. There she was. He could still feel her. She was so close. She wouldn't want him to act on something he believed was false, and so he wouldn't. Going to the executive building would only make things worse. Anakin found his chair, and he felt it with his bare hand. It was so nice. The material that made the chairs in the High Council chambers were remarkable. He slipped down into the chair, and slid his back till it was in an unnatural arc, but one that felt comfortable in the moment. Here, he would stay. The Jedi would be alright, and they would come back. Everything would play out the way it needed to. Tough love, that's all it was, just tough love. Mace didn't hate him. He wasn't jealous. He was giving him tough love. Anakin had just given Mace a reason to trust him. That was all that mattered at the end of the day. Inside the executive office, Palpatine's lightsaber sped between duelists. On the ground, not far from his boots, were the dead bodies of Agan Kolar and Saesee Tiin. Kit Fisto was thrown into the wall and ducked. Before the wall held a distasteful slash in it. Sidious leapt forward and could sense that Anakin was not coming. This was do or die, but something had become more apparent to the Sith Lord. He would not beat Mace Windu in a fair duel. Sidious couldn't even believe it himself. Mace was doing everything within his power to win this duel, and Fisto was just keeping pace. The Dark Lord spun away from the two Jedi and shot a burst of electricity at the wall, sending out an explosion, ripping through the electrical circuitry and sending a firestorm into the main corridor of the executive building. Surely clones or the Senate Guard would come to help. Mace looked to Fisto, who nodded and quickly moved to make sure no one came to Palpatine's aid. Sidious slipped another strike. He could feel this fight withering. Why was he struggling? Palpatine had never experienced such a sensation. He hadn't held true fear since his last spar with his former master. Darth Plagueis the Wise was a monstrous duelist, but Mace, he was different. Like an untamed Rathtar, he struck without hesitation, but he had the patience of a true Master Jedi. All of these years, they sat across from each other, sitting in meetings while Palpatine planned for the collapse of the Jedi Order, and now, in his chance to get what was rightfully his, he was choking. How could this be? Mace drove his Jedi weapon forward, and it clipped Sidious's blade, tossing it from his hands as the window next to them was shattered open. Mace drove his weapon, going for the kill, as Sidious ducked under it, slipping to his desk as blaster fire erupted in the background. Kit Fisto was engaging with the clones who had come into Palpatine's rescue. They had seen their Chancellor under attack, and they did not ask questions. The Coruscant Guard was programmed differently, and this was proof of their vastly different conditioning. Windu didn't move his attention away from the kill in front of him. Palpatine pulled his spare lightsaber out of the desk and drove it at Mace, who narrowly avoided the strike. Sidious got to his feet and ignited the other blade and swung forward, with two at the same time. The previous blade was not damaged, just cut open a little bit. Mace defended adequately. The same Mace Windu who had killed an equal to Palpatine in the Force months prior. Windu was gathering opponents like Infinity Stones. First, Mother Talzin, now Darth Sidious. Their duel continued to escalate as Kit Fisto could be heard in the background struggling. Commander Fox had called for reinforcements, and the Jedi Master slipped. He was shot in the chest as he spun around, telling Mace to run. Kit turned back, throwing his hands forward and blasting a wave of clones with the Force. Sidious smiled at Mace, whose eyes drifted back to his opponent. Kit's screams could be heard in the background as he was killed by the Sith clone warriors. Sidious drove his weapon at Mace, and their blades lit the chambers before the clones started to fire at Windu. They had their sights on him. Mace stepped away from the fight, blocking what he could before electricity was shot at him from Palpatine's hands. Mace defended it, barely, sending it back at the clones, killing a number of them in the process. He turned to face Sidious and shifted away from the strike before losing his balance, and electricity covered his body before he was flung from the Chancellor's office. Mace was growing tired, especially after handling Sidious's two lightsabers. and the clones were what cities needed to make the win. Within moments of Mace leaving the window, Order 66 was executed. Inside the council chambers, Anakin felt his chest. Something terrible had happened. What it was, he didn't know, but he was worried. Firstly, he contacted Padme, telling her to take her vessel and leave Coruscant immediately. She asked why, and he told her that something bad was coming. He wanted her to send the coordinates to R2, and he would meet her there when everything was resolved. She suggested Naboo, but he didn't think that was safe. Somewhere else would be safer. Tython, Christosis, Tibrin, or Rhodia would be safe places. She just needed to go. That's all that mattered. He would be there when everything was alright. She just wanted to know what was happening, and he didn't know, but he knew it was. Their call ended as he entered the elevator from the chambers into the main body of the temple. As he exited, he ran, looking for Master Sindralik. When he found him, the Jedi Master was walking with his 2 students. Anakin excused himself and turned Sindralik around, facing him away from the Padawans. He said that something terrible had happened. Master Drak listened as Anakin rambled through everything leading up to the Jedi departure from the temple and their engagement with Palpatine. With little time to spare, Sindralik needed to act. He knew they needed to get the young away from the temple, and the archives needed to be emptied just in case. He told Anakin to go to the archives, round up Jocasta and the archivist and a dozen or 2 temple guards, ferry everyone out to the underbelly hangar bays. They would use them to escape. He gave Anakin the directive: send the Jedi to these locations: Or Janak, Sanctuary Mount on Quen, Tharbin, Mon Calamari, Alfronia, and Dara. Some of those outposts were still in operation, others were not. The main point being, they'd be safe from whatever was coming. He did tell Anakin to make sure everyone saw this as a drill. The temple hadn't run one of these in over a century. It was important to keep the intensity of this at a quiet hum. No need for panic to ensue. Once everyone was ferried out, Sin gave Anakin his key, telling him to go to the archives, use it to send a message out to the wider Jedi Order. If the 4 counselors were truly dead and Palpatine was the Sith, then their worst fears had been realized. Skywalker nodded and ran. Master Jarlath told his 2 students to follow Master Skywalker, as he went to prep the temple defenses. As Sindralik went to the front of the temple, he could see it. Members of the 501st and Coruscant Guard were amassing at the steps of the temple. It was now or never. The doors were barricaded and the rest of the Temple Guard unit surrounded Sin. In the archives, Jedi were working quickly, as it became abundantly clear to each of them that the Force was disrupted. Something terrible was happening, and they didn't know what it was. Many of the younglings and Padawans inside the temple didn't know either, but they could feel it. Their senses weren't as attuned to the adults running around the temple in a quiet panic, but they knew something was wrong. The archives were emptied quickly, as transports of Jedi started to abandon the temple. Once upon a time ago, the Jedi Temple sat above the city skyline, and because it did, there were lower hangar bays. All of these had been since covered up before Palpatine's birth, but there were tunnels created by the Jedi so they could escape if anything wrong happened. These transports were then loaded. A couple hundred Jedi were going to each of the previously mentioned locations. As they prepared to leave, the first transport was blown out of the sky. Venators had lowered themselves into the city skyline, and they were blockading everything. Everyone in the temple heard it when the first Jedi transport was rocked and obliterated. The Venators weren't firing on the temple though. Perhaps Sidious wanted his formerly future pupil to live. Despite this, the archives were still moving information out of them into discs and holocrons so they could be transported easier. With the temple completely blockaded, the Jedi had no choice but to move into the lower city itself. Sindralik informed everyone that the temple was under attack, and it was time to move into the underbelly of it. He divided the Jedi up into groups, corresponding with Jedi Masters that would guide their students in the safe locations. As far as they knew, nowhere was safe, except with each other. As he was relaying these orders, the doors were bursted down, and a traitor rose from the shadows of the Temple Guard unit. Skywalker finished sending his message, and when he turned around, Shakti was facing him. Having been given the adequate time to finish her vision, she foresaw Anakin's betrayal, and what he would become. But he hadn't betrayed the Order or the Jedi. She came here to stop him, and yet he was working with them. As Yoda said, the future is always in motion. So, Shakti very quickly helped him with what he was doing before rushing back to the archives to ferry the last group of Jedi younglings out of the temple. Anakin could see the Temple Guard unit start to break, and as they did, he saw Sindralik engage with the Temple Guard. Their lightsabers were slamming together, and Anakin ran towards them. His own blade ignited as he leapt into the air. Grand Inquisitor, the future Sith loyalist, slipped away from the strike as he parried Sindralik and swung for Anakin's back. He blocked with his lightsaber in a reverse grip before spinning himself around aggressively and shoving his weapon forward. Anakin told Sin that he would handle this. The barriers were breaking. Master Jarlik wasn't one for taking orders, but Anakin was buying him time to regather his forces. Sin ran back to the front lines and continued fending off the approaching clones. Anakin and Grand Inquisitor locked their blades together, and he blasted the Jedi Guard off his footing. Similar to his fight with Dooku, Anakin stormed forward and thrusted his lightsaber at Grand Inquisitor. He defended himself until being thrown into a wall. Feeling the rising darkness, Anakin didn't cave. But to protect his brothers and sisters, he would let gravity decide Grand Inquisitor's fate, cutting a pillar over and watching it crash on top of the Tower Guard. Anakin ran to help, before an explosion rocked the front gates, sending Anakin, Sin, and the other temple guards in the various directions, and with that explosion, everything went dark. The clones stormed through the temple gates. LAATs were ferried into the hangar bays at the bottom of the temple, as well as the top, and the clones encircled everything. While the guard unit bought time for the others to escape, those caught alive would be executed. The temple guards not knocked unconscious by the blast fought until the bitter end, and it was bitter. They were each killed, one by one. Outside the temple, the clones turned on their Jedi generals, killing them in action, leaving the few surviving Padawans without their teachers. Padme, from hyperspace, watched the news unfold, watching the flames emanate from the Jedi Temple, seeing the Venator fleet overshadowing the once prideful Tower of Hope in the galaxy. The Jedi were the victims of a plot, and now they paid the price for it. Sidious's empire would be formed in the following day. For now, it was time to find Skywalker. Palpatine entered the Jedi Temple once the battle was over, and he found a badly damaged Grand Inquisitor, one still loyal to his new Emperor. He survived Anakin. As it turns out, revenge does wonders for the will to live, don't you think? Grand Inquisitor was tasked with taking Commander Appo and a squad of the most elite members of the 501st to find the Jedi. In the meantime, Commander Fox would maintain control over the temple. The Wolf Pack would be brought back from Kidda Nemodia to assist in the hunt for the Jedi Order. In the meantime, members from the 7th Sky Corps would be sent to Mustafar to wipe out the Separatist leaders. Everything was going accordingly to Palpatine's plans, minus Anakin's presence, which at this point, did he really need him? The Jedi Order was in serious pain. For the survivors who were able to make it to any of the listed planets, or Janak, Sanctuary Mount on Quen, Tharbin, Mon Calamari, Alfronia, or Dara, they were left with disappointment. Instead of finding allies, they found scraps of abandoned order, one that at this current moment felt truly dead. Inside the Jedi Temple, Anakin was dragged out of the rubble by an individual. When Anakin's eyes opened, there was a light pouring through the gates. When he was last awake, there was no light, only darkness. The city lights illuminated in the distance, and now there was nothing but the pulsing aura that glimmered across his eyes. Anakin felt his body. It was both broken and bruised. He looked up, and the sun from outside the temple was blocked by the silhouette of a Jedi who had failed, one who was outnumbered and now wounded. Because he wasn't electrocuted as badly as he could have been, Mace Windu was able to regain his consciousness before colliding with the ground and dying on impact. His robes were burned and charred, but he helped Anakin off the ground. Skywalker held his hands on his knees and felt a creaking from his back. A surviving temple guard got under his shoulder and he winced in pain. Anakin's eyes scanned the ground around him. Coruscant guardsmen and 501st members were strewn about the temple, none of them killed by a lightsaber. A couple of them had blaster marks, presumably from being blocked back at them, or used as meat shields by Mace. A good number of them had broken armor. Similar to his battles throughout the war, Mace utilized the ability of Force Punch to incapacitate the clones. He was a Jedi who cared deeply about their individual lives, and he tried his best to spare them. Mace had already pulled out a number of dead temple guards, but there were a few who had survived, which was better than nothing. He told the survivors to get going. They were going to retrace the steps of their allies. Anakin asked for an update, and he wouldn't get one. That would come later. Mace didn't know when Sidious would return to the temple. Because of the messages sent out by Skywalker the night before, Master Kenobi ended up on Ord Janak with Caleb Doom, and Master Yoda found no survivors on the planet of Mon Calamari, which he kind of expected due to its odd positioning. Master Quinlan Voss was able to find Padawans Nari and Cal Kestis at his location. There were numerous other survivors that were able to get to these safe locations. Master Jedi like Yoda, Kenobi, and Voss were able to unite eventually because they left their codes at previous locations, codes that could only be identified by Jedi. This allowed them all to know that their Jedi Order had surviving members, and that their fight was not over. Padme, now a galaxy away, was trying to get into contact with Anakin. R2 had received her transmission, but Anakin was nowhere to be seen, and the astromech was desperately trying to find his friend. If he could find him, then they could get away from Coruscant and back to her. Padme in the meantime settled into Polis Massa, because without the knowledge of Anakin's survival, she was overstressing herself, and it resulted in her going into labor early. Back inside the Ecumenopolis of Coruscant, the survivors from the temple followed a trail of blaster marks, dead clones, and dead Jedi through the Undercity. For many younglings and Padawans, they were seeing what had happened to the underworld. They didn't know what it was like for people down here. And for many of the instructors, knights, and masters, they too didn't realize what they allowed right under their temple. The people of the underworld were not pleased to see the Jedi hanging around, looking for refuge. They had been neglected by the Jedi Order and the Republic for decades. Entire generations of people were put to disadvantage because the Senate did not care about their own planet. Coruscant representatives did not care, and while the Jedi did, they could not do everything for everyone, even though it seemed like the people with control over a magic power in the Force could do everything. The Jedi were not treated kindly. The police force was called on them by gun runners, smugglers, death stick dealers, crime bosses, mafia heads, and local drunks down on their luck. Everyone around the underworld made it as difficult as possible for the Jedi to get by. They didn't care if these were children and teachers. If they died, then it was another generation of pain stopped from transpiring. The underworld was kill or be killed, and the Jedi were trespassing on their territory. Plus, for some of these people, they planned on leveraging the police force into their pockets. If they could get good boy or good girl points with the local enforcement, then they could get a freebie for doing something they shouldn't be doing. This behavior forced the Jedi to continuously be put on the run. Whether they were being chased by clones or enforcement droids or locked in firefights, the Jedi did not catch a break. They were all alone, out against the entire planet. They didn't have anywhere to sleep, and the young were falling behind because their little bodies couldn't maintain both the constant movement and the lack of sleep. It was a hard evacuation. Temple guards sealed off areas of the city and defended the Jedi on the run, but not even that worked. The clones had many more forces to use, and in one occasion, the guards had bought the Jedi time to escape, and then they were seen by a mafia boss looking for extra credits. He called the enforcement on the Jedi, and they were blindsided by an attack, one that killed every single member of their group. When the temple guards caught up after their victory, they saw terror. This continued across the underworld because the Jedi were split up. This was meant to ensure that they didn't get captured and killed altogether, but thinning their numbers played right into Palpatine's hands. Grand Inquisitor was doing his master's bidding, and he had confirmed kills on numerous Jedi in the Undercity. He even killed a mob boss for gloating. Grand Inquisitor didn't really have a reason to kill the mob boss just for the pure joy of it. Palpatine, on the other hand, sat topside of Coruscant, planning. He decided that with the Jedi gone from the temple, and Commander Fox knocked out by the apparently not dead Jedi Master, he decided to level the temple, which was done. After the temple was destroyed, the Venators were placed around the underworld portals around the planet. Each of the holes that went down thousands of levels into the city were blockaded. Supplies would be limited to the lower level populations until the Jedi were found and killed. This plan was meant to starve the people into turning on the Jedi, which didn't seem like a problem, as the Jedi were already being turned on by the people of the underworld. However, despite Palpatine winning the war and flipping the tide of the generational battle between Jedi and Sith, he was still paranoid. More Jedi than he wanted to survive were alive. They still had thousands of members, and that was a problem. Most of the counselors had died on the front lines, but Masters Yoda, Kenobi, Windu, Shak Ti, and Kaj had been unaccounted for, which posed a problem for him. As a result, he enacted his first wave of imperial authority on the galaxy. He used fear-mongering as a tactic. Due to the failure of the clones to properly trap the Jedi inside the temple, the Empire needed to move into the future, finding new soldiers, finding new military personnel, and moving on past the clones. His message regarding the clones was to go into the underworld, kill the Jedi, and then lay down their arms so they could be forgotten about. It wasn't the winning message, and even some people felt bad for the clones, but not enough to actually make a serious difference. Even with the chips fully activated, the clones felt a little betrayed, but not enough to change how focused they were on destroying the Jedi. They had a duty to fulfill. On the other hand, to ensure protection for himself, Palpatine was welcoming turned Jedi into his ranks. They were to join Grand Inquisitor and begin targeting their former brothers and sisters. He loved the idea of a Jedi Master having to kill a turned Jedi Padawan or Knight. On top of this, Palpatine wanted to ensure his control over Coruscant. With a few trillion residents, he would mirror his galactic influence on a planetary level. Palpatine planned on stripping rights from galactic citizens, and he would first experiment with the people of Coruscant. Down below, Anakin and the Jedi would reunite with each other. Being that they were getting picked off consistently by large groups of clones, they couldn't afford to be separated. Thanks to their time in the underworld, they were able to find an abandoned building, not filled with asbestos, and secure it. This gave them sanctuary for the time being. Yoda, Obi-Wan, Quinlan, and Oppo Rancisis were able to gather up outside of Coruscant and prepare for a counter. But there was worry and second thinking. Did they, as Jedi, go to Coruscant to kill Palpatine, or did they go to the underworld and find the rest of their order and survive? That question remained unanswered. Obi-Wan, while the other 3 Jedi Masters considered this, was able to get into contact with Padme by happenstance. She had called his frequency to ask if her friend was alright and see if he knew about Anakin. She had given birth, and R2 was able to inform her that Anakin was alive in the underworld, but where, that was undetermined. She wanted to go back to Coruscant, but if she went, the children wouldn't be safe. She wanted the children with someone she trusted, and Obi-Wan was that person. Padme asked that he explain the situation to the other masters, and if they agreed, then she would drop the twins off before going to Coruscant to rectify the situation in the Senate. Obi-Wan was worried about her safety, but she was right. Palpatine couldn't afford to lose the Senate yet. He couldn't openly kill her, so they would play things the same way they did during the Clone War. Plus, she was the key to getting Anakin. Whether it be alive or not, she was that key. The 3 other masters decided that Obi-Wan, the twins, and the displaced younglings and Padawans would go to Sanctuary Mount on Quen. Despite it being Republic territory, it was close enough to Hutt space that Palpatine wouldn't touch it. The political move for Palpatine would be securing Separatist territory won after the war, not securing territory that belonged to the Republic, but had no clone presence and could be overrun by pirates in a matter of hours. With Padme, Oppo, Yoda, and Quinlan returning to Coruscant, the stage was set for the Jedi to win this war with Palpatine. But instead of faring down to the lower levels to play this safe, the Jedi went to the executive building. When they arrived, they were ambushed by clones. The 3 Jedi Masters defended themselves adequately, as Master Rancisis told them to go and kill Sidious. He would hold off the troopers, which is exactly what he did. In a way mirroring Fisto's death, Oppo would die defending his brothers from the clone traitors. Quinlan and Yoda would duel Sidious, who was thriving off the dark side of the galaxy. Their duel dragged on throughout the Chancellor's office, and to Quinlan, 2 fell. And as Yoda was attempting to kill the tyrant himself, he was clipped in the shoulder by clones who were faring into the room by the dozens. Yoda, in a true moment of solidarity with the Force, threw his hands outwards, lifting every single being in the room with the Force and launching them across it. The clones were all knocked out, and Palpatine was left with a perfect kill shot, one that Yoda missed, only by a few inches. Yoda swung at Palpatine, who had moved out of the way just in time. He lost his entire arm in the process, and as a result of Yoda's miss, he electrocuted the Jedi Master into a knockdown. Sidious would capture the
Oh my god! That scared the shit out of me! Where is this coming from? Oh my god! Oh my god! Dude, that's the same song that played in that fucking horrible thing in Illinois. I did not press. Did anybody see me press the button to fucking play that? I didn't fucking press the button to play that. Everybody saw I did not press the fucking button to play that. Holy shit. Dude, that scared the shit out of me. I thought I was just about to go back to the Illinois experience for a moment there.